Hello, everyone. It's Yogi here. Happy Wednesday. And yes, it's our Maggie, not Maggie SAL, Dimension SAL Wednesday. And I hope you're really, really well today. So, yes, last week, if I remember correctly, last week, why I was working on this piece and the internet was playing up, so I didn't really get to that do that much, to be honest. And so I have not touched it since last week. So today I want to put in a little bit of work. And this is a beautiful piece. If you're not familiar with this piece, it's called Maggie, the Messmaker. And Maggie is the cat. Okay, let me show you the markup. Here we go. It's just so adorable. It's by an artist called, I need to look at the listing here. Yes, it's called, the artist is called Charles Wysocki, I think, and hopefully I pronounced that correctly. So he's got quite a few beautiful pieces with dimensions, and this is one of them. And there's another one, it's Max, another cat theme piece as well, and a couple of others that I'm aware of. And I'm just so drawn to the style, and this piece has quite a profound meaning in my life, because this is the third time I'm trying to complete it. This is the third start that you're looking at, and so it's really adorable. It's got a lot of really interesting objects in the room. It's a craft room, really. There's a beautiful Singer sewing machine, the old-fashioned style. Everything about this piece is just whimsical and warm. And I fell in love with this piece the first time I saw it. It was back in 2012-ish, or maybe 13. And I got this kit at a shop, and it was my first start. And the progress so far, the third time, okay. Oh, hang on. Really professional. I have not started up my app here. Just give me a little second here. Yes. Let me just bring it up. I want to show you what's happening on my app here. Oh, there you go. So this is the full size of the piece. Let me just check the dimensions here. It's 252 by 216, so about 250 to 200-ish. It's kind of a landscape, but almost square shape. And I started from the middle, where the sewing machine is, and I think quite a few of you are working on this piece as well. You probably have had a center start as well. So we're all working on a lot of 310 at the moment, and I kind of try to dip in and out a little bit and just work with the surrounding area as well. And so let me show you my progress so far. So as I said, last week, I didn't get to do a lot, okay? So 129 stitches, and the counter is still working. Let me just quickly erase the evidence here and start a new sprint right here. Okay, and just draw your attention to the percentage on the upper left there. So 5.32% so far. So this is not a massive piece. So, even within maybe a couple months. How long have we worked on the dimensions? I've gone over 5%. Okay, and in terms of the number of colors, if you look at the left side panel at the bottom there, 44 solid colors, and it's got 13 blend colors. So this piece is really, really interesting. Not only that, it's got blend colors. Also, if you look up a little bit, there's a whole list of different embroidery stitches. It's got French knot, back stitch, long stitch, and 10 stitches, half stitches, plus cross stitch as well. And also, I believe there's one more, it's called crouching, for the wording on the sewing machine. So it's a really interesting project to work with if if you're not familiar with dimensions, or maybe some of you are very familiar with dimensions. Maybe you've got a few kits stashed in your drawers, have a look. Maybe you have this piece. So I want to show you, this is where I am, but of course I want to say hello to all of you. I'm slightly disorientated today. It's been a busy day as well, as usual. This year, just been, really busy with teaching. For some reason, I should be really happy that I'm given a lot of classes, a lot of new classes, and things are really going really, really well with the teaching. So I should be so grateful. But at the same time, things can be a little bit hectic, and I'm trying to find my way around. And I want to say hello to you. We have Rajal here, and say happy Stitching Wednesday, happy Wednesday to you. I have to think which day it is, and I hope you're having a great day so far. And Clara as well. Hello, Clara. And a conversation with Rajal there. And we also have Busy Mom as well. And Busy Mom says, hi everyone, I'm off today, but I have to take my daughter to the doctor. Oh, I hope everything's okay, Busy Mom, and everything is going fine, and we keep you company. You can always take Yogi with you wherever you go. And so great to see you, Busy Mom. And Chantal as well. Chantal Pitt says, hello everyone, working on my mini dimensions kit, Voyage at Sea. Oh, I love to see that piece. It's a mini one, is it? And wonderful. Yes, for dimensions, my piece is actually quite big. It's full coverage. Dimensions, they do all sorts. They do partially covered and small pieces, and it's really, really accessible. So, have a look on Amazon and places like that. And Suzanne as well says, hi everyone, great to see you, Suzanne. Suzanne has been streaming as well. It's all full on, kicking off with Suzanne's floss tube channel there, so check out Suzanne's channel. And we also have Susan here as well. Hello Susan, great to see you. And Sarah is here as well. Sarah says my previous message disappeared. Oh, which one? That is weird. So yes, I have we missed one of your quotes? Oh dear, that's disastrous. If you don't mind posting again, I'll definitely read it out for everyone. I think a lot of our stitchers are, kind of looking forward to Sarah's daily quotes. It's inspiring, isn't it? Me too. I'm looking forward to it. And Linda Diamonds as well. Hello. And Rose Jackson. Hello, Rose. Reporting from work club. And how great for you to say hello, sneaking behind the boss. And we also have Dragon Lady here as well. Hello, Dragon Lady. BLT, hello. And yes, Betty says, hello Stitchy folks, been watching Gemma's new start update on Color Flow Message. Has she posted it? Oh, I need to catch up. Seriously, I have not even watched the final session when she finished the last piece. I saw the short one where she showed the entire piece, so it's really beautiful. But I've been looking forward to the new demonstration of the color flow. I'll definitely watch it. Yes. Oh, did she? And Betty's BLT says really great that she mentioned Yogi's planting seeds. Oh, that's so nice. Definitely have to watch it. Everybody, it's mandatory. Go watch Gemma's new video. I definitely will go and watch it for sure after the stream. And how nice of you mentioning that, BLT. So good to see you, Betty. And Tommy as well. Tommy Creates says hello, everyone. And we also have, who else have we got? Walk Away Rennie is also here. Wonderful, everyone. Great to see you all. And yes, let me know what you're working on today. If you're not working on Dimensions Kit, no worries. We have backdoor, side door, the usual policies for our SAL here. Everybody's welcome. And let's talk about what you're working on today. And so here we go. Yes, Gemma's new piece. I think I vaguely know which one, because I have seen other stitchers in the chat working on that piece. It's like a deer themed you know, it's called Deer Creek or something. Clearly, there's a deer involved, and but I'll love to see it, you know, in its full glory. And so let's have a look. So as usual with the Maggie sessions, I normally start with a little bit of 310. It's a nourishing, you know, grounding 310 here. And this is what I'm going to do as well. And bit by bit, you know, you can see that I kind of dip in and out of this black area. It's just solid 310, pretty much through and through. And now it's taking pretty good shape, pretty good shape. If I just, you know, charge forward, trying to do 310, you know, all the way through, I'm going to get really bored. So, you know, a little bit, you know, at a time, and divide and conquer, divide and conquer. So I think today I'm going to do a little bit of 310 to warm up, and maybe slightly on the side here, there's a little well there, the old-fashioned, you know, sewing machine. And there's a little well here, a little dial. And I think it's to lift the needles, right? I think the modern ones has very similar things, but it's just working in a different way. And also I am going to return to this area, which I was trying to work on last week. And before being kicked off, kicked out of my own stream. And this, you know, drawer, this chest, sort of, you know, little drawers here. And it's really, really cute. And yes, let's go. I hope you're ready for a spot of stitching. And this is my relaxing time with you. And oh, I've got a part thread here. So I do park sometimes. This is not a parking method, but whenever it makes sense, I sort of park slightly away and then go pick it up. It's just more, whoops, it's just more sort of, you know, orderly that way. So I'm going to start with this thread here. This is not a 310, I don't think. This one is A44. So there's a cluster of A44 going on there. Let's have a look. And trying to catch up. Let's have a look. Oh, Dragon Lady's having lunch. Dragon Lady, that lentils and rice you posted was so delicious. It's my dream food, definitely. It's definitely my dream food. I'm a big fan of lentils. So, and Dragon Lady posted her lentils and rice on our Facebook group. Oh, I was salivating. And Walk Away is working on winter cabin dimensions today. I'd love to see what it looks like. And Tracy, hello Tracy, says hi Yogi, hi to you Tracy, welcome. What are you working on today? Let me know. It's just so comforting working on dimensions because, you know, I always say I learned everything about cross stitching through Dimensions Kit because they come with sort of a paper instructions, and don't they? And they give you sort of instructions of every single stitch that you need and beyond. And I always, you know, look at those instructions very carefully. And that's how I learn a lot, you know, how to 10 stitch, for instance, and how to full cross, doing Danish, etc. Danish stitch. And with this piece, whenever I can, I'll probably try to do Danish method as well. So when I stitch dimensions, particularly this piece, I just feel like, you know, it's like kind of returning to, I don't know what it is. I have no analogy. But I just feel settled. And yes, by the way, this is 18 count. So this is the fabric count. the kit is calling for. But this time around, instead of buying the kit for the third time, I decided to kit it up myself. And I'm very lucky, and thanks to Suzanne in the chat, she provided me the PDF version and also with DMC conversion for all the threads. Because Dimensions, they've got their own brand threads. So this time I'm able to stitch with DMC and 2-strap with DMC. Let me just have a sip of my coffee here before my voice starts to play up. And Susan says, I posted a link to Gemma's video in the group. Yes, thank you so much. Yes. I am following her videos. It's just been so busy recently. I have not got a chance to sit down and watch anything, any floss tube, either by you guys or by the floss tubers I've followed properly at all. Time is not on my side this year for some reason. Just been very busy. And this is why stitching is so good for me, because it's just so, grounding. At least once a day, I get to sit down to stitch with you. But Brittany says I'm doing some pie stitching on Vintage Baker. Oh, I missed that piece. That reminds me, I need to get that project out and stitch it. Yes, the pie stitching. There's a lot of pie stitching, okay? It's a huge cherry pie. Huge cherry pie. But it's so delicious. And it's so well charted as well, so. Spooky bingo from Tracy. Yes, guys, flash spooky bingo card for Tracy. Yes, the first one tonight. Rose says, did I miss Sarah's quote of the day? Sarah, was it a quote? I don't know why it would disappear. That is very strange. Very naughty, YouTube. And Chelsea, good to see you. Chelsea's joining in with my Dimensions Bayside Cottage. How are you doing with that piece, darling? Yes, I remember you got that kit. And I think you're making great progress there. And Love Drunk, hello, good evening. And great to see you. And, oh, Dragon Lady, yes, if you have the recipe, it just looks so good. Is it brown rice you use? It just looks, because I never try to have lentils mixed with rice. Normally, I'll have maybe some brown rice and some lentils on the side. That does, happen. But it's kind of quite brown. I don't know what sauce you're using. It just looks so delicious. Yes, please, if you don't mind sharing the recipe. And River, hello. Rivers says, hi everyone. Hi Yogi. Hi to you, River. Hope everything's well and the birdies are doing good. And Laura is here as well. Hello. All my favorite stitchers. Oh, Sarah. Okay, here we go. Sarah is giving us the quote today, guys. It's a little bit, it's better late than never. It's not late at all. It's we're warming up. So from Sarah today, the fruit of life is a good character. So keep yourself good and simple, pure, gracious, and affectionate. Stay strong and steady your work for the common good. Oh, what a wise advice. How dare YouTube deleting this? No way. Criminal. Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah. Sarah is so disciplined and so calm. I can sense the peace. And Rajal is offering the supporting, the supportive spooky bingo card for who was the person having spooky bingo. I cannot remember. You know who you are. This is for you. Yes, love drunk, I think. Dragon Lady says, does it count if I have only one strand of 310 in my needle? It's mixed with two strands of dark brown. That's a very good question. What do you think, chat? What if it's the blend color? Does it count as a spooky bingo? Oh, I never thought of that. Indeed. Yes. Because, you know, this chart has got 310 mixed with other colors. Does that count as a spooky bingo? I'll let the chat decide. Oh, right. Dragon Lady is using basmati white, but I've done it with brown. Yes, because it's got some sort of brown sauce coating. So I wasn't sure whether it's brown rice or, yes, whatever it is, it's delicious. I love basmati as well. Okay, I've got just two more. This is so relaxing. And one of the biggest differences with the third time stitching this piece, other than the fact that I've got a PDF to work with, so it's a lot easier, but also I'm managing everything from the front. You know, the previous two starts, I was flipping the work back and forth, because that's how dimension, you know, if you read their instructions, that's how they teach you to do. And so that's how I did it the previous twice. But this time, everything's from the front. So I'm taking what I'm learning from the full coverage and apply, you know, whatever I've learned to this piece. All right, and 310, officially 310 here, okay? Here we go. There's a whole bunch of it. 310 coming. Susan says 1/3 spooky bingo. Okay, so maybe there's a half spooky bingo as well, because if it's blend with one color, if it's two different colors, half spooky bingo, and in this case it's 1/3 spooky bingo. So not so spooky then, you know. If it's just if it's 1/3, it doesn't sound very spooky at all. Chelsea says I'm 74.4% of the stitches I've not done back stitching or French knots yet. Oh wow, 74 for the full cross and maybe some tent as well. That's very close to completion. And the back stitching and embroidery stitches, they're going to be so much fun. And last week, I don't know whether you guys were here. Those who were here probably remember that I showed the previous two versions. And I was so surprised because the first time I got this piece, I stitched this piece was back in 2012 or 13. The second time was 2018. I bought the kit a second time. And looking at the second version, which I found only like over a week ago, I was so surprised to find that I was being so patient. I didn't do any back stitches. I don't know, in terms of completion, I was probably about 50, 60% there. And I was, doing full cross stitch through and through. And I did not do any back stitching. I was so surprised because it doesn't seem like me. I'm kind of person that I just want to back stitch as I go. But I cannot remember what happened there. River says it's storming here. I love it. Thunderstorms are just majestic. Well, as long as it doesn't hit you, right? Otherwise, it's not so majestic. It's more like disastrous. And wow, I'm slightly scared of a thunderstorm. I don't mind rain, but any kind of extreme weather condition, I get very nervous. Oh, so the general consensus is even with blend colors, it's still spooky bingo. Susan is a little bit more strict, and it depends on the portion. She wants to know exactly how much of that spooky bingo. But generally, everybody's very generous, and it's still spooky bingo. Maybe just the level of spookiness, right? If it's full-on spooky bingo, it's very spooky. Otherwise, it's a little bit spooky. Wow, this is like acres of 310 here. So I need to be mindful because it's very easy to count the rows incorrectly. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But this time, I'm not so patient. I would be doing back stitching as I move forward. And I love the fact that you get to appreciate the end, results as you stitching as well. Hi, Michelle. Michelle is reporting from work club. We stand by you, with you, and we stitch for you. I stitch for you. All our stitchers from the work club. Sarah says, for a while, I was sending daily quotes to my sons. Not sure they appreciated it. One is super logical fact driven, and the other son is more humorous. My philosophical wisdom was just annoying. Well, but this is the thing. Kids never appreciate, parents' wisdom or whatever. They just think, oh, mom, stop it, So it doesn't matter what you say. You could be some sort of philosopher, worldwide respected philosopher. They'll probably just go, hey, mom, That's what kids are like. But we appreciate it here. So share it with us. Oh, so you're woken up by the tornado. So not just thunderstorms, rivers. You've got tornadoes. Oh dear, it's all kicking off. That's mighty scary. So thunders come with tornadoes, does it? I don't know. These are very, very unfamiliar weather conditions. I'm very familiar with rain over here. And stitching enthusiasts, hello, welcome. Are you new to us? If so, hello from everybody, and welcome. Michelle says, my dad and I used to storm chase. What is it then? When you say chasing storms, like storm chasers, what do they actually do? They just follow the storms, do they? But how do they do that? Do they just follow the wind? Or is there some sort of... How do you chase it then? And why? Why do you do it? That's probably the most important question. I'd be hiding at home, you know, in the basement or something. So I'm doing a little bit of Danish. This area is quite safe to do Danish because it's all black. So it's unlikely I'm going to make mistakes. Hi, Mandy. Mandy Moran is here. Oh dear, Rivers, stay safe. Do not chase the storm. Oh, Dragon Lady says, I'm incredible. I just purchased Leonardo the cat. What is wrong with me? No. What is right about, everything's right about you. Dragon Lady. Leonardo the cat, which one is that then? I know Frederick, the literate, Susan is working with, and I know Max, I know Maggie. Leonardo, I'm not that familiar with. I'd love to see it. But these pieces are so beautifully charted as well. I don't think charts are made this way anymore. You know, this is a very dimension, style charting with embroidery stitches, because majority of the stitching kits either is completely full cross, or maybe with some back stitching, or maybe some beads, I don't know. But these charts are just so well thought out, and they don't make charts like these anymore. They really don't. Mary Henry, hello. And Marsha is here as well. Hello, Marsha is going on a cruise, I heard, via a Facebook group. And Marsha is going on a cruise for like a month, aren't you? That's a long time, like 4 weeks, Marsha. Are you okay with, being on cruise ships for so long? I wouldn't last a day. I'll be vomiting all day long. Michelle says, my dad was a farmer and he would want to check on his crops. One time we were surrounded by tornadoes, scary, but it was amazing to see up close. But do you not worry that you get blown away? I'll definitely stay in. All right. very nice. An entire row there. And the only thing you need to watch out if you do Danish is, you know, as you go forward, you kind of have to gauge how much thread you've got. If you're doing, like in my case, I'm going all the way over there. So I need to think about whether I have enough thread to come back. And sometimes I don't. I think it gets a little bit upsetting. I like to get it just right, but sometimes I miscalculate and I run out of the thread to come back. But it's okay. You just start, you know, you just introduce another thread. But so I'm hoping for the best that I've got enough to come back. It's part of the fun, isn't it? And Nancy says, hello Yogi and fellow stitchers, enjoy watching and stitching along with you. Can you please explain spooky bingo, an alien? Oh yes, all the important information, all the essentials for this group. Yes, spooky bingo means, so for instance, I'm stitching 310. So normally when I pick up a new color, I'll call out a number. It's just a habit I have. And I will go, hey, so this is 310. I'm about to stitch. And if anyone in the chat or watching, you're stitching the same color at the same time, you can come forward and call out spooky bingo of the color. It could be 310, it could be any color. And we celebrate it. That's it, because it's spooky and it's a bingo. There you go. Very simple. And the reason I call out threads originally was for myself, because I've got either my thread cards or my needle boards. And, you know, normally if I look at a chart and go, you know, I don't know, 271 or something, if that's the number of a color. By the time I turn around to my organizer or needle board, I've already forgotten what number it is. So in order for me to remember it, I say it out loud so I can hear it. So it kind of helps me to remember. And it kind of went from there. So, you know, and it started to sound like bingo numbers. So that's how it came about. And now we have an emoji for it. Dragon Lady says Leonardo is lying in front of an artist's palette. Oh, that sounds very seductive. Poser. Marsha says, yes, cruising from Australia to Hawaii. No way. And it takes a month or a month to go there and then come back. Or are you selling over that? Well, selling, you know, cruising over there and then taking airplane back. My goodness, that's a long time though. But I bet it's going to be a lot of fun. And do they have stitching club on the cruise ship? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Or I'm having a feeling I might not have enough coming back. I was being optimistic. Maybe just about. Let's see. I'll probably have to play thread chicken coming back. Michelle says, where we live, the land is so flat. You can see miles and miles. There's plenty of time to pivot and run. Well, that's optimistic, Michelle. Yes. So can you actually see the storm coming? Is there any tangible thing that you can see? Because watching the movie, you know, tornadoes, for instance, it's literally like a tornado, right? You can see it going, but I don't know. By the time it's coming your way, it might be a little bit late to, you know, to duck. I don't know. I've seen the movie. It didn't end well most of the time. Michelle Fuller says we need a Yogi chat dictionary. I think a while ago, maybe it was River, or maybe it was somebody in a group, in a Facebook group, actually came up with a post. And yes, but you know, Facebook being Facebook, all the posts get flushed out eventually. But otherwise, you know. But I think if you come to the chat on a regular basis, if you watch the stream, you kind of get a gist. Because occasionally we stop and explain, don't we? And also we have names for ending methods and stitching methods. Ooh. A nice plate of thread chicken coming. I don't know if I can make it till the end. I've got this bit. What do you think? Guys, do you want to bet? Do you think I can complete the remaining second leg? If yes, if you have the confidence, thumbs up. Otherwise, thumbs down. Michelle says it is beautiful to watch the storm roll in. Yes, as long as it's not coming your way, it might be quite beautiful. But then again, you know, I'm not quite at one with nature, so I just sound scared in general. Oh, Michelle, yes, Michelle always says confidence for Yogi. Yes. I'm not going to let you down. I'm going to fight if I have to make it last till the end. I'm going to struggle. Sarah, thumbs up. Oh, yes. Everybody's they all have faith. Oh dear, I'm losing my thread. Oh, Lily's here. The daily visit from Lily. Oh dear. Lily's has at least 3 meals since I came home. He's not hungry, okay? Do not worry. He's just very vocal. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stitches with this. Guys, I know you have confidence in me, but I'm not so sure. Look at this. Right. I think I probably need to end it before I lose lose the thread again. I can probably complete this one. One more. That's it. That's it. And this one is going to be quite hard to end as well. So I've got 4 more stitches left. It's okay. We'll fix it. But thank you for your confidence. Didn't make it this time, but I'll try again next time. So I'm going to take another piece of 310 so I can complete these ones. And also, if I, for instance, I was stitching 310, right? And I finished the threads and I'm taking another bit, you know, another 2 strands. Does that mean there's a new spooky bingo? Or is it a continuation of spooky bingo? You know, is it a new spooky bingo every time I switch threads? I need to know. We need to have these, you know, nailed down so we know what we're doing here, right? So in this case, I am going to do it the other way around. So this is how I normally do it if I have to patch up the second leg. Hello, Walkaway. Walkaway says stitching with paper chart here with my dimensions winter cabin. Such a challenge. I become so spoiled. I don't know how to put it into markup or pan keeper. Pattern keeper, not pattern keeper, markup you could, if you have very good scan, it can pick up the chart. It's just the markup is not that great to work with in general. Otherwise, it's doable with markup. Hi, Lynn. Great to see you. How are you, my darling? Lynn says, hi, Yogi and fellow Stitchers. Hope you're well. And best wishes to Cynthia. Yes, I hope Cynthia is well enough to come back to join us. Hopefully. If she had to stay lying down and stitching is kind of tricky to do. Hopefully, it's a lot better now. It's been a couple of weeks since. Okay, I made it. And I'm going to keep stitching with this thread. And I should have enough for this row. 1, 2. Oh dear, hang on. 1, 2, 1. And then 1 minus. Susan says, only spooky bingo if you're going to use a different color. Ah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. There you go. The same spooky bingo. Oh yes, Suzanne has got a secret places she goes. She's able to find PDF charts. I do not ask questions, okay? I'm just really grateful. Oh, Sarah says, you didn't mark your row? I did though. I did. Sarah, I'm starting a new row underneath. I think I'm up to date. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, right. 1, 2, 3. Yes. This is the 4th. Am I not correct, Sarah? I think I marked the last one, no? So this, I've done 3 rows, 1, 2, 3. This is the 4th row. So I've just started it. Am I good, Sarah? Chelsea says I scanned my paper pattern in, change the file type to a JPEG, and use the image importer in Pattern Keeper. Yes, yeah, Pattern Keeper does have a sort of beta version of import function. I don't know whether they have done anything more since the last time I saw it. Yes, you can kind of do it, but everything is kind of gray. It doesn't track colors, and you can do the marking, but you have to do quite a lot of manual tweaking of the grid to make it match completely. So it's kind of, you know, slightly clunky, but then again, it's an experimental feature for them. But with markup can do a lot better, and you can introduce thread numbers as well. You have to do it manually, but it's just, you know, from my experience, it's a little bit sluggish with their charts. Walkaway says, I tried to contact Dimensions, but got no answer from them. I think Walkaway is referring to getting the PDF. Yes, because Dimensions has gone under twice. I don't, well, have they gone under? I don't know what the situation is. Basically, they got bought by a company, I think it's called Simplicity, which is a sewing pattern company that's known for the sewing pattern. And lo and behold, Simplicity also went under. And now Dimension belongs to another company. And that company, I think, is kind of one of those companies that just go around and buy business in trouble and maybe try to do something with them. That kind of company. So this is where Dimensions is. And this is why we need to, it's so important for us to support Dimensions, you know, because I've also heard some stitchers say that they'll probably stop making new kits. I hope not. So, which means they're, you know, you can only get those they're already produced, and they're probably going to be more and more expensive and more rare. I hope it's not the case, and I hope the company, whoever owns them, they're going to do something with the company, because it's a great company. They've got a great catalog of patterns. They can continue to reproduce. They probably just need to think about how to do it, you know, in a more modern way. But this probably explains why Walkaway cannot find anybody to respond to her, because they're not really there anymore. And they don't tell you, do they? You have to really dig deep to find out what happened to them. And I only found out through the chat, because the chat, some of them managed to do a little bit of a detective work. They don't tell you. Sarah says the row above where you're stitching is it marked? Is it not? It is though, Sarah. It's this one, the third row you're talking about, isn't it? The third row is marked. Can you not see it? Let me just count. 1, 2, 3. Yes, I've done 3 rows. And this is the 4th row I'm stitching. And it's all marked, isn't it? Am I not correct? And Rose says, I agree with Sarah. Really? But where? I'm looking at it right now. It's kind of lining up, this one. So I'm still stitching the 4th row. Oh, Sarah says you got it. Okay, good. Oh, it makes me nervous. And which pattern are we talking about? Oh, Suzanne says, I found original designer for decisions, and there are a few other patterns. Really? From who's the lady? Susan Willer. I looked around for patterns based on her artwork. I couldn't find any a while back. Daria, hello, says good morning and evening, everyone. I'm working on Tea Goddess. Is it Dimensions, or is it from someone else? Tea Goddess. I like that. How about Coffee Goddess? That'd be nice too. Michelle says, I bought my first Mirabilla, the lady and the flag. Are these the fancy lady ones or different? And it's a paper pattern. The symbols are so tiny. I would think it would be in a PDF format. Oh, so it is fancy lady. Do they not supply PDFs? I heard that quite a lot of stitching kits nowadays, if you ask them, they will give you PDF, or they come with a code that you could use that to download the PDFs. But I'm not familiar with fancy ladies, so maybe the chat knows. Chantal says, I also tried contacting them about the PDFs and was told the same. Oh, are you referring to dimensions? Yes, I think they used to have email address kind of floating around, and some people managed to get a PDF from them, but I think it was during the time before they got sold to other companies. And because there's no really sort of clarity on their situation, so people kind of get really confused. Oh, this one, should I have a look? I should be okay with this one. I've got this long for this row. I should be able to do it. Fingers crossed. Right, so it's probably a Saga. The screen kind of lagged a little bit. Oh, look, it got me a little bit nervous. Daria says the pattern is from Tiny Modernist. Maybe there's some sort of contact, sort of email or something from the company they can get in touch with. Or maybe on the website. I think they just need to make it very clear on the website that if you want PDF, you can contact this person. Or even better, you don't have to contact them. They just give you a way to download it. Ah, so Rachel says there's no PDF available. I suppose, yes, I suppose you could photocopy them and make them bigger, but still, you're kind of working with paper patterns there. Or if you have printers, if you have a printer at home, you can take a photo of the chart, maybe one page at a time, and then just print them out whatever size you want. You can enlarge them so you can print like half a page on the A4 at a time, so they're much bigger. Hi, Sound Stitching. Sound Stitching says, hello everyone. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to you, Sound Stitching. And what are you working on today? I'm having a great time with 310. I should be okay this time. Fingers crossed. I'm 90% sure that I'll be able to make it to the end, right? Look at this. Like this much. I can probably just about make it. Oh, I'll be so thrilled if I make it till the end. But 3 more stitches, I should be able to do it. Yes. Tiny, tiny bit left, but I'm going to make it. Well, I think the kind of worry that a lot of companies have with PDFs, because the reason they don't want to make it PDFs because they're worried that people are going to pass on the PDFs willy-nilly. But I think, you know, they need to have more trust on their customers. I think from my experience, you know, interacting with the chat and also myself as well, I would not willy-nilly just pass on PDFs to anybody. You know, why would you do that? I think majority of the customers, they're very respectful for the copyright and everything. So, but they're kind of, you know, keeping everything paper in order to prevent people kind of abusing it. I think it's kind of, you know, a shame because they're punishing the people, regular customers, from having the option to work with the digital pattern, which is very, very common now. Right, so I'm going to move up and start working a little bit on this little drawers, little chest here. It's really, really lovely. Okay, so this area is full of blend colors, and already I'm having a blend of 730 and 9A7. So how does it work as a spooky bingo? Oh, you know what? If anybody is working on this piece and happen to be working on this particular color, particular blend, I would call it super spooky bingo. You know, it's a blend color spooky bingo. Blend thread spooky bingo. That's special. We have not had it just yet. I'm hoping for the best. At some point we're gonna have it. Okay, 330. Sorry, 730 and 9A7. 730 and 9A7. It's a super spooky bingo. Sound Stitching is working on European Town. Janine is working on that the other day, I think. It's a very popular piece. It seems like everybody's got one. Rachel Morton says, I have more chocolate delivered yesterday, so I'm stuck. Yes, good. You know, it's better be safe than sorry when it comes to chocolate. Here we go. So I might need to get my cable needle out. Hi, Monique. Monique says, good afternoon. And Yogi, on warm, sunny day. How sunny? Are we talking heat wave sunny? I have to say London has been quite nice. Not heat wave or anything like that, but it's mild. It's kind for April. We're still in winter, technically. Here we go, my little cable needle here. Rachel says, Marabella has strict no PDF policy for that very reason, fear of piracy. They'll probably have to come up with a better way to prevent, piracy. It does make it harder, but then again, people can still photocopy the paper chart, turn into PDFs and distribute them that way if they're really determined, Chelsea says you can always reproduce it illegally, that ever from that whatever form they use. You could photocopy a paper pattern and give out exactly. That's what I just said. You can turn, because you can just take photos with a phone. And nowadays there's so many apps, they can take really good scans and you can just turn them into PDFs. If they really want to do it, they can do it. You can't stop them. So you need to think about all the honest customers. Hi, Cami. Cami says, good afternoon. The reason some designers won't sell PDFs is the parroting that's going on. I think for some patterns, for instance, I've got Manor. What is it called? The pattern company. Is it Manor House? No. Manor Wood. I can't remember. You know the one I'm talking about, the one that actually created 101 alphabet. That one. For instance, all their patterns are papers as well, but I think it's probably less sort of less of a problem if it's, you know, the patterns are kind of samplers type of things, because the charts are relatively simple to work with. But anything beyond that, you know, anything that's full coverage. And also, if you're selling paper charts, to be honest, nowadays people are so used to downloading patterns, you might, you know, lose a lot of business because of that, because people just not, they don't want to wait till a pattern being shipped to them and all that business, you know, packaging and shipping, all that. So I think if they go for a digital pattern in some way, and trusting the customers, you know, like heaven and earth, they're still selling like hotcakes, even though everything is digital. So in theory, you know, people could just give away their charts willy-nilly to everybody, the entire world. But it's not the case. People don't do that. Linda Diamond says, I'm working on One Snow Leopard by Celtic Rose Needlecraft. Oh, is that like a sampler? What is it? Let me park it over here, actually. 1, 2. Just a temporary parking thread here. Okay, the next one is also blend. I think this area is full of blend colors. The next one is 433 and 3 and 730. 433. It's a brown. 433. 730. Oh, 730, I'm running very, very low. I'm gonna go grab some more actually. 730, look at that. I've only got 2 strands left. And let me just go grab it. I should have some more, I hope. I think 730, just give me a sec. Let's have a look. 730. Oh, I spotted it. The first one I grab is 730. Well done. Okay, good. I need to top it up a little bit. Got plenty here. And Brittany says, trying to decide on either 10 stitch or full cross for Grand Library. Oh, working on 22 counts hard anchor. Yes, decision. You have to be. Have you done some testing? Because it's not just so much the coverage. I'm sure both will probably work well. Either you do 2/1 or 1/1. They'll probably come out pretty nice in terms of coverage. It's more of a whether you are going to enjoy 10 stitches, for instance. I don't know whether you've done a lot of 10 stitches. Because it's quite a large piece, isn't it? So you have to be thoroughly happy with the decision. Let me just take one more bit. I'm trying to be mindful with any loose threads and scans that I've got, because I don't want to lose them again. Rosewood Manor, thank you so much, Clara. I always go like Rosewood House or something. It's kind of a house, but it's manor. Thank you so much. 7:30. Let me just pop it in. Dragon Lady says, I always use paper patterns and read books, have paper pages. I just like it. We're all different and want what we want. Not a problem. Yes, I think if you're happy with paper charts, for instance, and paper books, the options are there. But I think at the same time, digital charts should be an option as well, for sure. And also from a business point of view, you know, I think a lot of customers probably cannot be bothered to get paper charts unless they really, really want it. And we all know a lot of people buy as a hobby, you know, and if it's download, it's a lot easier, isn't it? Okay, 7:30 are, the threads are on my organizer. Very nice. Okay, much better. So this is 433 blend with 730. It's so clever because they kind of switch one color at a time and start to blend with the next color. You know what I mean? So the last one was like 730 plus something else, and this one is 730 with brown. And using that, slowly blending the color into a different color. I love it. Let me just zoom in a little bit more here. It takes an hour to do 8 stitches. That's a little bit of an exaggeration, I'm sure. We'll walk away. I'm sure you can probably manage more than 8. Right, with this one, I'm going to start from here. Let's see how it goes. I need to have a strategy. One, two. Why do I have this thread? What is it? Trying to figure out what this one is. 1, 2. Where does this come from? I have no idea. Oh, hang on, that's me. No, I'm having a little moment there. No, I'm good. I'm good. For a moment I thought it was a part thread. No. Chantal, so Chantal says, most of my patterns are paper. I like PDFs because it counts my stitches for me. Yes, I think the thing with paper pattern is you cannot do any kind of tracking, can you? All the things a lot of stitches love, like counting percentage, daily stitches, etc. You can't do that with paper patterns. So in a way, you know, for those companies, they decide to do paper patterns only in fear of piracy. They kind of, you know, take away the options from their customers for that. And how far can they continue to do papers? Eventually, you know, maybe papers are going to disappear. Then what do they do? Lena says it's a picture of a giant white cat called Snow Leopard. It's gorgeous. Wow. Does that mean a lot of white stitches? That sends fear down my spine. And Rachel's stitching Dimensions Gold, Butterfly Forest. Yes, if you're not familiar with Dimensions Gold, it's a special collection. Normally the patterns are a little bit more intricate. Oh, I forgot to use my my laying tool. Naughty. Yes, it's a collection. I always looked up gold collections when I go to their websites because I just, you know, I'm looking for more pieces, maybe like this one. But for the recent years, to be honest, I have not seen any new patterns that they come up with, which is probably, it was probably a sign, but I didn't know they would go under because it's such a large company, isn't it? Well, I don't know if they went under. They're kind of sold to a different company. Whoops. I am going to just keep it here. Or shall I keep moving forward? Maybe no. I'm trying to do it almost like color flow without creating too many floating stitches. You're just keeping things a little bit more neatly. Laura says, Yogi, are you ever going to start 101 alphabet? I know. I've been having that pattern for how long now? I got the pattern during COVID, and I actually had to wait for a little bit for the pattern to be shipped to me because it was during COVID. And I was so excited, but for some reason I was just stuck at the fabric. Yes. I definitely will want to do that one. It's so beautiful. And Laura, do you have that pattern? I know Nikki has it. Maybe someone else. Was it Laura? Not Laura. Who was it? Here we go. This pen is a little bit tricky. Hi, Gayla. Hello. Good to see you. I hope you're well today. Not happy with this stitch. Amanda says ownership rights for digital are so different than for tangible physical items, that while I'm willing to use digital, I want to own the paper version. Really? I think it's different, and rightly so. You should have that choice, and vice versa, isn't it? So when everything is just paper only, it kind of takes away the option for customers that want digital version because it's easier to work with. But you know, that was that's kind of happening with games as well. So in the past, you know, if you are familiar with the game formats as well, they always come in some sort of CDs or some sort of, you know, something tangible that you can put in the device and then play. And so digital download has been around for quite a while, but a lot of, you know, players, probably a little bit like people who love vinyl and whatever, they want to, you know, they just want a tangible version. They prefer to have that. But now even I think they're gradually being faded out because it makes sense to have digital download because you can't lose it. And also, I don't know, I think digital version just makes sense to me because I don't think I have owned a piece of physical game for a long time. I cannot remember the last physical CD-ish thing that I own. It was so long ago. I think eventually the overhead of producing those things will be so high because the people who are buying those are decreasing. So eventually, I don't know, they could go. Michelle says, if you have to enlarge the dumb pattern just to see it, aren't you breaking copyright that way? Well, I don't think, if you do it personal use, Michelle is mad. I think if you photocopy it or scan it for personal use, I don't think that's breaking the copyright law. I know, if you can't even read the chart, that's no good. So maybe they just need to modify the paper patterns as well and make it more accessible. So people can actually see can actually read the chat, the actual chart. River says, I want to start on Sad Fairy, but that's so much air stitching. But Rivers, you're not afraid of air stitching. A lot of your pieces are very challenging to stitch for people like me. And Brittany says, I'm learning more towards full cross. My only experience with tent is in background stitching. So I'm not sure I will enjoy doing the whole piece in it. So that's a really important thing to figure out. Because, you know, you kind of don't want to switch halfway if you could help it. I've seen people switching. It can be done. 22 counts, I'm not sure. I have switched myself on 25, but I didn't last for very long. Normally, if you need to switch from cross to 10 or 10 to cross, it's probably a sign that, you know, you're having a little bit of issue with that piece. So technically it can be done, but, you know, it's probably not ideal. Cami says actually it isn't a company that's taking away the PDF option. It's the criminal stealing the patterns. Well, I'm just saying, well, it really depending on what they're trying to prevent, and whether by keeping everything paper, it's effective for that purpose. I think if they're trying to prevent other companies from ripping their patterns, just by going paper chart is probably not going to prevent it. There are many ways you can very accurately scan paper patterns and turn them into PDFs for one. If companies are determined to do that, they can do it. So the question would be, are they trying to prevent their customers from doing it? Do they think the customers would go around and giving the digital copies away? Which is between them and their company, their customers, whether they trust their customers. And to be honest, I don't think majority of people would be doing that. I think all the stitchers, you know, that I've come across here, they all have a lot of respect for copyright and stuff like that. Oh dear. Hello, we have a friend from Netherlands. Sorry, I can't read the rest of the words. It's a fan banner. Hello. And Suzanne says, one thing to make it harder to get patterns if you're in another country. Oh, do you mean paper patterns? And also when it comes to paper patterns, there's such a thing as a stock level. So it's not unusual if it's out of stock, that kind of stuff. It just, for patterns, you know, it just seems very behind to have that kind of stock issues. It's very strange. Even though we're talking about tangible product. But it just feels like things like patterns, you shouldn't need to wait for it to come through the post. Laura says, I want to but just the chart and fabric will cost me about £115. Oh, do you mean having a kit? Reva says they just need to stop being paranoid by not selling PDFs. They're just shooting themselves in the foot. I kind of agree. I think paranoid, yes, to a level, because they're kind of punishing the wrong parties here. Because, like I said, if there are companies out there want to rip off their charts, they could. There's so many ways they can do it. So you can't stop it anyway. But the only thing you can do is, you know, if it does happen, then, you know, you need to sue them so they learn a lesson. That's all you can do. But if you're by punishing, if you do it by punishing your customers, that's probably not wise. And eventually that option is gonna probably not be there anymore, because eventually maybe producing paper products become a lot more expensive and eventually have to go digital. So you need to have a strategy already. Otherwise you're going to be caught, you know, off guard. Suzanne says, I know where you can get tons of patterns that people have recharted from paper. I think you can probably find a lot on Etsy already, because there are a lot of charts on Etsy. I don't know where they come from. I've seen Maggie, the Messmaker, this one, being charted on Etsy. It looks identical. It's not even recharted. It's identical chart with DMC colors. I was very tempted to buy that one at one point, but I decided not to. But it can be done. I don't know how they do it, but, you know, and they're everywhere. They're on Etsy, everywhere. They're on, you know, websites. You can't stop it. The only way you can do is to have more strict laws in terms of punishment. If they get caught, you know, there's a proper punishment. That is the only way you can stop companies from doing it. You can't stop it by withholding the chart and keep it paper. That's not gonna work. Linda Diamond says, I get digital patterns, but then I print them out. So I work off the hard copy. And that way I can take it with me whenever I go, wherever I go. I don't have to worry about carrying extra devices with me. I would have thought carrying devices would be easier. But Linda thinks that for Linda, it's paper patterns are easier. Yes, a lot of people buy heaven and earth charts and they just print them out page by page by themselves rather than buying, you know, paper patterns from them. But you do need to have a printer, so, and not many people do nowadays. Oh, hang on. Guys, I made a mistake. Dear, oh dear, no. These stitches, oh, reverse stitching. I haven't done reverse stitching for a little bit. Okay, for our newcomers, this is how you do it. Okay, just just reverse your stitches as if you were playing the video backwards. Okay, so there are 2 stitches on the right here and then 2 on the left. These ones in the middle shouldn't be there. I was just talking and just kept stitching. It's not my fault, it's the chat's fault. And also, because I was doing Danish method. I'll need to undo. Oh, it's not that bad, not that bad. I was going the other way, so it's okay, it's doable, okay? Just so I demonstrate a little bit of the technique, because I'm sure you've heard all about it. But maybe you're wondering, how do I reverse stitch, you know, stitches properly? And this is how you do it. There you go, beautifully done. As if it never happened. Laura says, getting the chart of 101 alphabet and fabric for a fabric is pricey. I know. I think fabric, is probably more costly over your end than mine. It's, you know, because I realize that the fabric is actually more expensive than over here, which is a shocker. I didn't know that. Yes, I think, well, it really depends on what fabric you're going for. If I go for, so we're talking about 101 alphabet, which is a pretty large chart, but it's a sampler, and it's charted by Manor, Rosewood Manor, and it requires quite a large piece of fabric. But the thing is, if you go for even weave, if you go down the route of even weave and, you know, just regular white or whatever color you're going for, it's okay, at least over here in the UK. It's doable. It's still quite, you know, it probably costs a little bit, but it's doable. But if we're talking about more specialized fabric, like hand-dyed fabric, which will be very nice for a pattern like that, or we're talking linen, then that's a different thing. Suddenly the prices are going up a lot. And that's kind of my sticky point, because on one hand, I could just go for even weave. But in my mind, I just have that nagging feeling I want something a little bit more special, but the prices kind of just put me off, as all of them cost like gunners, probably close to £100 to get a proper piece of fabric that size. And I cannot do it. I cannot do it. So maybe eventually I'm going to do even weave. Maybe 28 count even weave, something like that. Oh, Fan Valna says, good evening. Yes, good evening to you. Lynn says, Yogi, you will always get dishonest people in life. The firms will lose a lot of customers. Trust people. Oh, do you think if they trust the customers, they're going to lose money? I don't believe so, though, Lynn, if that's what you meant. Maybe I misread it. But I don't think so. I think if you trust people, they respond to the trust. A lot of company policies, you know, when it comes to refunding and that kind of stuff, you can always tell if the company trusts their customers, because they can say whatever they want. You're my value customers, we love you and we value you. If the behavior, if their actions do not reflect that, they're lying, right? So normally it shows when you have issues, you know, when you try to get refund for them, do they make it very difficult for you, or maybe somehow hinting them maybe you're lying to them. Maybe they're going, well, maybe it's not how it happened. That kind of stuff. And you lose customers that way. You do not lose customers by trusting them. I really don't think so. There'll always be bad actors, you know, they take advantage of the trust. But I believe it's going to be such a small proportion of people. This is looking really good. Look at this. Beautiful, beautiful blend. Rachel says, yes, I've seen a lot of dimensions patterned by sellers for a few dollars. Digital patterns, they were pirated. They just chart photos of the patterns. Quite possibly, yes. So, you know, I think it's kind of established that if there are people determined to do it, they'll find a way to do it. So the question will be, as a company, do you want to therefore deprive your regular customers who really just want options and good experience stitching your pattern? Do you want to deprive them from having a digital version? And, you know, so it's a decision a company will have to make. And also, I think, you know, ultimately, I really believe the paper patterns will eventually go. Let me see what this thread is. Oh, over here. Okay. Because things are, you know, papers or whether it's, you know, vinyls or CD or whatever, these things are transient. They're just medium. They're just vessels containing information and content that we need. And that vessel, that, you know, medium will change. For whatever reason, they will change. So by holding on to a certain medium, you're restricting yourself in that, you know, tight corner there. And eventually you most likely will run out of options. And what do you do then? And, you know, it might be too late by the time that happens. This one, the next one's 898, and it's a, let me check. Yes, it's a regular full cross, 2/1, 898. A98. Let me see. It's a brown. A98. Michelle says, well, I will not buy another Mirabella pattern. How much money are they losing from people like me? And I will warn everyone. Well, that's the thing. While there are people who firmly prefer paper pattern, I'm very happy using it. But I think Michelle's issue is not so much as paper. It's the fact that they're not printed in a way that you can read. Because, you know, why would you get a pattern? Because you want to be able to stitch. And if you can't read the chart properly, that's not good. And which country are they from, Mirabella? It sounds, is it Italian or I don't know what they are. River says, I wish they sold gridded fabric in colors other than white. That would be so helpful. Yes, it's interesting. There isn't sort of color versions for gridded fabric. I wonder why that is. I've never seen those. So Susan says, did you ask Rosewood Manor about the fabric? Do you mean where to buy the fabric, or because on the chart it does recommend a certain count? I think it's 32 count, and you do some stitches 1/1, some 1/2, something like that. But I think the recommended fabric count for me might be too big, because I have seen this floss tuber stitching this piece. He started following the 32 count and he wasn't happy with it. He switched to 40 counts. I think it was 40 counts or 46. I can't remember. Basically smaller fabric. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll go with even weave, but smaller, a higher fabric count, because I want them to be quite delicate. Oh, Lynn says, Yogi, I mean, the firm should trust customers. I totally agree with you. Absolutely. Because the relationship with companies and customers, just like people to people, right? Do you not think that when people trust you more, you want to respond with more trustworthy behavior? Because, you know, it's a human thing, isn't it? If you feel you're trusted, you're less likely to want to do anything that disappoint the other, the other person. Yes, I totally agree with you. So any company, if they start to question you and treat you as if you're lying when you need refund or whatever, replacement, walk away. Walk away. Because they're showing you their true colors. Dragon Lady says, I just checked the projected production of vinyl records exceeded 1 billion. In 2025 has projected production set at 10%. What does that mean? Does that mean there is selling really well? Is that what that means? Vinyls. I think vinyls has turned into kind of a hobbyist kind of thing. It's not for general public, but for people who kind of into that kind of stuff. It's a speciality. Oh, right. Susan says, I mean, does Rosewood Manor sell fabric? No, they don't. They're a pattern company. They do samplers and stuff. It's all patterns. They have a lot of beautiful patterns. Michelle says, that's right, Yogi, symbols are so small. Yes. So they probably need to look into accessibility of their charts as well if they don't want to stay paper, you know. I mean, it's no good to get a pattern if you can't read it. Very nice. I am going to end this color here. And it's 898 going back. 898. Laura says, is Saga stuck? Oh, a little bit. Yes, indeed. Hang on. Let me refresh. Sometimes it plays up like that. No, it's not. It's not responding. Let me restart this pesky little app here. It's not me trying to cheat, okay? It's the app playing up. That doesn't look right. Ah, there you go. Much better. Okay, back. Right, that's looking good. That's looking really good. Chocolate time, Susan, in caps. Yes, chocolate time indeed. Yes, let's do some chocolate. Oh, so Dragon Lady, do you think the business of vinyl is booming? Well, maybe there's some people, you know, like it. And also, I bet if you buy vinyls or kind of players for vinyl, it probably costs a little bit. Whereas, you know, they're probably not so pricey. So now they probably just turn it into kind of a specialty type of thing. Let's have a look. Let's have a bit of chocolate. Why don't we? Sounds good. Sounds good to me. And today I finished my buttons, but I have not received my supply of Black Forest just yet. So I am coming back. Whoops. To the good old happy hippie. How's that? And Vanvana says, no, Susan, it's bedtime here. Well, it's bedtime over here, technically. Where are you, Vanvana? And it's 10:30 in the UK, and you know, some part of Europe is 1 hour ahead, 11:30. But chocolate time is chocolate time. Yes, you need to eat some chocolate before bedtime. It's mandatory. So guys, let me know what you are snacking on. And it's a mandatory activity. If you want to stitch, you need to snack, okay? You need to supply the body with some energy. And so cheers, everyone. This is orange with geranium. The grown-up version of chocolate orange. Hi, Barlow, Bunny. Hello. Good evening. And she says, hope you're doing well. We're doing really well. How about you? We're having chocolate. Join us. Very nice. I'm going to have my coffee as well. I love this bit. It's so intricate. Oh, I've got my chocolate on my wrist, my finger already. But this is really good chocolate, so it melts pretty much instantly when you hold it. You have to be very mindful. Otherwise, you have chocolate all over your fabric. Yes, Netherlands. It's nearly midnight, isn't it? But we do have, quite a few stitchers regularly come to the chat. They're in Netherlands as well, and also in part of Europe. That is, the time zone is slightly ahead of the UK. But this is how we roll here, Doesn't matter when it is. If you're stitching, you have chocolate or whatever snacks you're having. And Lynn is having cheese and crackers or cheese straws. I don't know. What are you snacking today, Lynn? And Susan, is it Black Forest today? I'm slightly envious. I'm waiting for my Black Forest to come. Oh, yes, Susan's having Black Forest. Rachel's having a conscious bar, 70% cacao and dates. Oh, very nice with chocolate and dates. They go really well together. And chocolate and hazelnut. Really good as well. Very good. Get your chocolate supply ready. Oh, just 2 ingredients. That's a good quality thing. Yes, always look at the ingredients. If it's a long list, beware. Chelsea's having my husband's Easter egg. Does he know that? You're eating his Easter egg. Is he going to protest afterwards? And those are Easter eggs, chocolate Easter eggs, depend on the size. Sometimes you get like a little toy, like a little goodie on the inside, don't you? Oh, look at this. What did I say? I was just warning all the stitchers to be mindful and see what happens here. Oh no. Oh no. That's chocolate right here. Let me grab a piece of tissue. Oh no, it's okay. I'm gonna stitch over it, okay? This is like, tea-dyed fabric. Luckily, this is a full coverage piece. Not so good if I was stitching out 101 alphabet. Oh, what did I say? Cautionary tale, okay, stitchers, do not do this. Let me have one more piece without ruining my fabric. And Michelle says my boys bought me a record player and a few vinyl records. We play it when we had game night. It's a great retro treat. Oh, how nice. So does it still work the same as the old sort of original vinyl records? Because my brother, one of my brothers, he's really into vinyl as well. And he kind of, he goes to specialist specialized shops. And they cost a fortune nowadays because some of the vinyls are original vinyls, like made back then. And they're kind of quite rare nowadays. Mary Henry says, I'm having hot milk and honey and a Milky Way bar. Oh, that's very nice. Milky Way bar. I'm trying to remember what the flavors are like. Milky Way bar, is it just milk chocolate? Does it have like some sort of white bit, like white layer, like a milk layer? I cannot remember. It's been a long while since I had Milky Way bar. Okay then, I'm trying to think. Oh, what? Someone is raising alert. Alarm clock. Not alarm clock. Alarm in general. Michelle is eating chocolate wafer cookie. Very nice. But wafer and cookies are different, are they? Wafer is wafer. Cookies are cookie. Which one? Is it a hybrid? I like wafers. But it's very addictive, isn't it? You just end up having too many. And Laura's having chocolate cake with cookies and ice cream. And cream ice cream. Oh, okay. So it's a flavor for ice cream. Chocolate cake with cookies. Oh, cookies and cream ice cream. Punctuation, please, Laura. Two different items, right? Chocolate cake with cookies and cream ice cream. So someone's raising an alarm. What's going on? Have I done something? Yes, I have a chocolate stain on my fabric, okay? Kayla, did you say, oh my God, because of the fabric? I know. And Nancy says, I'm having coffee ice cream. Oh, that sounds delicious. Coffee ice cream with chocolate syrup drizzle on top. That's very sophisticated, Nancy. I do like a coffee flavor cakes or coffee flavor ice cream. That sounds delicious. In a strange kind of way, I might even prefer coffee flavor ice cream more than chocolate ice cream. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm going to do this one first. I just love coffee flavored everything. River says, my stepdaughter made me a carrot cake. I froze it in single portions, sewing a piece of it now. Yeah, some cakes can be frozen quite well. I think bread in general can be frozen really well. A lot of people don't know, but I think some cakes work really well as well. Amanda, there's a dose of reality from Amanda there. Amanda says, yay, I'm all done submitting my taxes. Now it's cross-stitch time. Yes, Amanda was being a grown-up just now, and now it's time to play. Suddenly, taxes has entered the chat. Life happens when we stitch. Oh, this one is a blend color, so I'm gonna be good and do a little bit of railroading thingy. And I was told what I'm doing is not railroading. What I'm doing is just laying stitches or something. Railroading is when you do a split, is it? Am I right? Chelsea says, yeah, he's some of mine, so I'm taking it back. That is fair. That is fair, Chelsea. You go for it. Lynn says, Yogi, I had to laugh at my brothers and his wife went to see her daughter for a few days. He ate her Easter eggs. Dear, oh dear. Eating your daughter's Easter eggs. Sarah's having chocolate cake with chocolate icing, double chocolate. That's very extravagant. Did you make it yourself? Because Sarah is making a lot of baked goodies on a regular basis. Three stitches over here. Oh, right. So the vinyl, the record player. So it works exactly the same with like a needle and stuff like that. Isn't that really sort of precarious with needles? Yes, and it even has static sound, so it's part of the vinyl experience to have the noises. Clara says, I'm having 2 Dove Promise pieces. What is that? It's a snacks. Susan says, don't you think you're nervous about tea dyeing and how chocolate dye fabric? I know, I just spontaneously produce chocolate dye. Okay, guys, if you missed this, are you ready? The first chocolate dye fabric right in front of you, okay? Dun, dun, dun. Can you see that? Let me show you. Deep breaths, ujjayi breaths, okay? I was just enjoying my chocolate. Well, this is a problem when you have a really good quality chocolate, you know. If I had, terrible chocolate, it doesn't melt at all, then I wouldn't have this problem. But great chocolates, the sign of good chocolate is it melts in your hands instantly, when it makes contact with warmth. And this is what happens. And I was just warning everybody not to do this, and I just had to show you what not to do. I did it just for educational purposes, okay? So, don't do what I do, but, it happens. It happens. Luckily, I'm stitching a full coverage piece. I just need to quickly, move my stitches over there and cover it. And, cover up the evidence. Clear the crime scene, Janine, hello. Maybe just come back from work or something. Yes, late for the class again. Oh, Janine. Great to see you. Are you stitching now? Have you just come home? Michelle says, wafers are like eating sweet, crunchy air. I know, it's very airy, so you just keep eating. That's my problem with wafers, because it's just like eating air. So I'm kind of like, well, I can have, a few more pieces because it's like no calories whatsoever. See you later, Rivers. Great to see you. Laura says, my husband and I helped pull out all my dad's vinyls from storage recently. I told him I hate him a little because they were so heavy, and my parents live on the second floor. I bet well, I think soon enough people are going to feel the same about books because they're so heavy and they take up space as well. Yes. I remember when I got my iPad for the first time, I pretty much, within probably a year, I cleared out all my physical books. Bar one book, I don't think I have bought digital, tangible paper books since. That was since the arrival of iPad. So everything, all the books I've got, they're all in digital form. And I have not really missed, well, that's not true. I think for a while, I still have a few sort of coffee table books, you know, with pictures, etc. So those, I still have a few. But books, you know, like novels and stuff, I don't really have paper copies anymore. Janine says, just got home, didn't feel like cooking, so having sup for dinner, then dishes and stitchy time in my new start. I started yesterday. Remind me, what did you start yesterday? Was it not European Town, was it? Oh no, you started a full coverage. Which one is it? I cannot remember now. Because Janine is having so many new starts. I've lost track. It's not my fault. And Susan says, Kindle prices are shocking. $12.99 for some. I won't pay it. But does that mean the paper version will be cheaper? Is that what you're saying? The same book? Are you saying that the paper version is cheaper? Because ultimately with books, just like music, you're not paying, well, I suppose if you, I would have thought, because paper copies requires printing and overheads, etc. It should be more expensive. But if you think about it, ultimately you're paying for the content though. So the content doesn't change, doesn't matter if it's in paper form or it's in digital form. It shouldn't need to be cheaper, even though technically, yes, you do not need the material. So the question will be, are you know, are the prices for the content or the prices for the material, or both? Oh, that's right. Janine started Cats in Love, pain-free craft pattern. And Janine says, I've never tried them before, and also wanted to try other companies other than Hay. Same here. That's my goal this year. Kind of, you know, venture out a little bit. Pain-free craft. I might give them a go if I find patterns I like. And so far, do you find that there's any difference? Because I know the six portals from them, they're very well charted, from what I can see. Really well charted. See, I kind of given up the, I given up using the tool. I think it might be okay because these two colors, even though this is a blend, these two colors are not that different. So in a way, it's a little bit more forgiving. But like these ones with brown and green, I really want them to kind of lay side by side neatly. Whereas this one, I can probably get away with it. Oh, I'm looking for excuses, don't I? Yeah. My excuse is to be lazy. Susan says for paperback are cheaper in some cases. I wonder how it works though, because in theory, the paper should be more expensive because it requires paper and printing. Okay, I'm gonna end this one here. And Rachel says if you have paper book, you can donate it after you're done or sell it to a used book store for a credit. You can't do that with the digital. No. But then again, how many places can you go and sell books though? You know what I mean? I mean, they're probably few and far between. And how many people go to used book, sort of old bookshop to buy books? I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe they're quite a lot. What is happening with this stitch? Why does it look so weird? That doesn't look right, does it? That looks weird. Does it not look weird to you, the stitch? They don't look like two. Oh, they do actually. Dear, oh dear. It's okay. It will be just fine. Okay, so I am going to go for 433 blend with 730. 433. And 730. Janine says 6 quarters is not one I would ever attempt, but I love seeing other people doing it. Same here. Same here. I think what I love about what I've seen so far is how intricate and how clear, the clarity of the pattern of the images that came from that pattern. But as a pattern itself, it's not really for me. I just don't sort of love it enough to want to stitch it. But I love the result I've seen from Nikki's, for instance. The clarity of everything. It's very well charted. And Susan says, COVID greed. What are you referring to? The books? And Rachel says, referring to the books you can sell, your old books. She says there are a couple in my immediate area, or you can fill out a form online and send them off for free. Yeah, but the thing is, that requires so much labor and effort. You know what I mean? Because digital books, yes, you cannot share afterwards, but also you never lose them. So if you ever want to read them again, as long as you have the account, which you should, then it's kind of there for you. And because prior to iPad's arrival, I have to say I love books. Actually, I love the smell of the books, and I wouldn't say I was the biggest reader, but I enjoy reading books. But for some reason, I was quite surprised afterwards. You know, I went full on digital. I never looked back. I never kind of miss books. I was just so relieved that I don't need to have a huge bookshelf to keep everything. So I freed up a lot of space. That's my needle. So Monique is working on pain-free craft patterns as well. Because pain-free craft is kind of interesting, isn't it? Because they do a kind of a bit of everything. They chart. They create their own charts, obviously, and they sell them. Either you can buy patterns only, and some of them they can kit it up for you as well. And also at the same time, they're selling some other people's pattern as well from other companies and other kind of not their own charts. They're not charged by themselves, so they kind of doing a little bit of everything. Right. So Rachel says if there are no bookstores, you can donate to Goodwill. You do write off from your taxes as a donation. Wow, that's just too much work. That's too much work. That's like a full-time job. You have to manage your books. And also some books you might want to keep with you. You know, majority of the books I owned before, I kind of, you know, I didn't particularly want to give them away because at some point I might want to pick them up and read again. And that's why it's much easier to keep everything digital, because I still have access to them whenever I want, and I can never lose them. And I don't need to store them on a bookshelf, you know. They're just in my devices. One, two, three. So Monique is working on Fancy Unicorn and Sea Goddess, and they're from Pain-Free Craft. It's quite nice actually, because Pain-Free Craft is very they're in Scotland, aren't they? So it's quite nice that they're actually gradually being known to the rest of the world. Oh, Susan says Kindle prices shot up during COVID. Oh, right, but it's not COVID anymore. Oh, the prices are still up. Chelsea says you can give books on Kindles. Yes, you can do that via Kindles, Amazon, or Apple Books. You can, send books to people. Lynn says, Yogi, I got mom and dad's stitching wedding cross stitch. Ouch. To do, I had to put away, not the right time. What are you referring to? So you've got mum and dad's wedding stitching. Does that mean they have a special cross stitch pieces for their wedding? Janine says they remind me of Dream Stitch a little by selling other companies' pattern. I think that's strange. So pain free, I will only buy pain free. Yes, it's a little bit confusing because they do sell patterns from, I'm trying to remember, from the other company, Artisy as well. And so sometimes you get sort of instructions from them and go, if you want to download Artisy's pattern, you have to go to Artisy. So it's a little bit convoluted. It's very unusual. Or maybe it's legacy. Maybe they used to sell patterns, for other companies, and then decided to start charting themselves. So it's kind of evolution into the current situation, maybe. I don't know how long they've been around. And they actually have a physical shop in Scotland, apparently. I remember there are a couple of stitchers in Scotland. They've been to the shop, which is amazing because no other shops, like Heaven and Earth doesn't have a shop. Artisy doesn't have a physical shop. Here you go. Walkaway says Artisy refers people to pain-free craft freely, offering it as an alternative purchasing. Yes, that's interesting, isn't it? Maybe some sort of a collaboration, like a cross promotion or something. So both customer base get to know the other side. It's a little bit like YouTube. Sometimes YouTubers, they do collabs, don't they? It's a little bit like that. There you go. Oh, so pretty. Chelsea says, I really like Pain-Free Crafts Wizard Library Collection. The kids are a bit out of my price range, unfortunately. Yes, I think when it comes to kids, particularly when large pieces being kitted out, yes, the price, it's just the prices of the material, I think. And then the shipping, etc. I mean, everything physical is just a lot more costly. And I think maybe that's why Heaven and Earth, they stopped doing material packs. Maybe just too involved, you know. And they're doing really well with the digital patterns anyway, so. Lynn says, Yogi, the trouble is books on iPad, reading in bed. You fall asleep and get cracked on the forehead. When the iPad falls forward, Lynn. Lynn is leading a really dangerous life, okay? Lynn sometimes fall asleep when she's cooking potatoes and all sorts of mishaps happening. When Lynn just you know, doze away, fall asleep in the middle of something. And same thing with iPad. It's extremely dangerous because ultimately it's a metal brick, okay? If you drop it on your head, it's gotta hurt. Lynn, stay safe. Stay awake, more like. And do not fall asleep on Yogi, okay? Yes, indeed. It has happened with iPad. If I use an iPad in bed, I prop it on a stand on the side. Okay, it's not the greatest habit, but so I do not have iPad falling on my head. But with iPhones, yes, iPhones is so slippery. You don't have to fall asleep. All you have to do is just slip, and it's on your head. So yes, that has happened. I'm worried about Lynn, okay? And Robert, hello. Robert says, I just stop in and I have dealt with kids who were picking on me for, for the way I walk and talk. The kids, Mom, did not stop them from doing it. I'm okay, just very hurt by agents. That's terrible. So kids were picking on you. Why? Why would they do that? Picking on a grown man. How strange. And, you know, I think when people are being mean, they're you know, it says a lot more about them than you. So do not worry. You're all good. Janine says, but if you want an artisy pattern, why wouldn't you just buy it from artisy? I guess I don't trust, because why would companies want their competition to sell their stuff? Someone's making money. Well, maybe it's a collaboration. Maybe because, I'm just guessing. It's a wild guess. I have no idea. Maybe, as I said, it's a little bit like YouTubers. They collab with each other and cross, you know, introducing their viewers or customers to the other channels, and they both grow. Maybe it's a little bit like that. It's like collaboration. And I would think artisy has been around for a lot longer, right? Pain-free craft, I have no idea how long they've been around, but considering it's a shop, I would imagine, I don't know, maybe they haven't been around that often. Maybe maybe people running both companies, they know each other. Who knows? But it can be a little bit confusing, right? As for customers, because you go to Pain-Free Craft and suddenly you have a pattern you like, you try to download it, and the company's telling you to go somewhere else to download it, to buy it. It's very strange. I agree. Yes, Rachel is thinking that along the same line. She says it's more for exposure. Chelsea says I sleep right at the edge of the bed, so I drop my phone off the bed, and the bang wakes me up. I hope you haven't got tile floor. You're probably gonna lose. Need to replace your phone quite frequently. I've got wooden floor, so it's a little bit more forgiving than hard floor. But I do drop it. So if you drop it on the bed or on my forehead, that's okay. It hurts my feelings. It hurts my pride. But other than that, the phone doesn't break. But if you drop it on the floor, I have to be very mindful when I go to the kitchen, because my kitchen has tiling floor. So, if I drop my phone there, then it's bye-bye iPhone. But iPhones are so slippery. Do you not find? It's just impossible. It's like having a squid in your hand. Calamari. Very slippery. Lisa says, Yogi, when iPad falls on me, my partner laughs and say, no hope, that's why he loves me, because you never know with me. Yes, we love you too, Lynn. You make us laugh. Chelsea says, I'm pretty sure Paint-Free Crafts only sell paper patterns and the others sell digital. Yes, but they do digital as well, like 6 Portals. I'm pretty sure it's charted by Paint-Free Craft and it's digital. And I'm sure you can get paper pattern as well. Yes, I was thinking maybe there's some, crossover with the people. Who knows? Maybe Paint-Free Craft. We're just speculating here, coming up with wild theories on why Paint-Free Craft is selling Artisy's pattern. Do they sell other companies' patterns other than Artisy's? I wonder. Maybe there's just some connection between 2 companies. Who knows? Clara says the only kit. The Artisy charts on behalf of Artisy, but only Artisy provides the patterns. Oh, I see. Okay, so they would do the kitting up for Artisy chart, because Artisy, they do not kit up patterns for you. Maybe that's a collaboration. Yes, maybe Paint-Free Craft, they're doing the kitting up. Because Artisy doesn't do that. Right. So maybe Paint-Free Craft, they're coming from the background of kitting up material, patterns. And gradually they started to chart themselves as well, because it sounds like if they're doing for other companies, this might be something that they specialize in. So other companies just use their services to kit up material. But it's interesting because they're based in Scotland. That's why. Because Artisy, where are they? Are they, if I remember, are they Australian? I cannot remember. So maybe there's some sort of collaboration there. Janine says that's why you have to put a case on your iPhone. This is the only iPhone, the iPhone I have currently. This is only the first and hopefully the last iPhone I have to put a case on. I hate a case, but I had to because it was still quite new when I dropped them, when I dropped the phone, and it cracked on the front and then it cracked on the back as well, and I panicked. So I decided to put the silicone casing on the phone because previously I never did. I've been having iPhone since they came out, the first iPhone. Never put sort of cases on them because they just thought it was such a shame. But this time I have no choice. I'm sure they deliberately made them slippery so you drop them and so you have to buy new ones. That's my conspiracy theory. There's no reason you made them so slippery, right? Susan says, oh, our little researcher here. Susan says it said it was set up in 2012, pain-free. Oh, that's been quite a while. So it's been 12, 22. I can't do the maths. 14 years? Is that long? I don't know. Heaven and Earth. Heaven and Earth has been around for ages, aren't they? And also I wonder, Artisy probably has been around for ages. It just feels like they've been around for a little while. Just looking at the website. I think Artisy website is kind of a antique piece on the internet. I'm sure it was pretty much like that when it was first built, and it just kind of stayed there, a little bit like Facebook. Has not changed. 676. Cross stitch, 2 strands. Jeannie's just not convinced that there's the situation between pain-free craft and Artisy. I think it's probably a lot simpler than we think. Ah, so Artsy is Australia. Yes, I remember someone mentioned that. Yes, it's impossible because Artsy, they do not create material packs for the customers. But from Artsy, do they then cross-reference to pain-free for that? I wonder, or is it just one way? Because when I went to Artsy, I did not notice the kitting up option from Artsy. It's very interesting. And who knows, maybe pain-free craft is created by the ex-wife of the founder of Artsy. Okay, I'm creating drama and stories now. They used to be married, and then it's a Scottish lady, clearly, and she went back to Scotland, and after divorcing the CEO of Artsy, but they're still great friends because sometimes you can be friends, can't you? And they're still friends, and the wife is going, well, I'm in Scotland now, and I would like to come up with a cross-stitching pattern company as well. Maybe, we can help each other out. Even though we're divorced, but we're still besties. And we have kids together. Yes, kids, they are mostly based in Australia, but occasionally they have to go to visit mom as well, and who is in Scotland. And so, the relationship is still there. And now they have grandkids. And they were really happy. So, so there you go. That's why, Jeannie. There's a reason for everything, There's a reasonable explanation for everything, even UFOs. Rachel says, Artsy has on the lower left part website mentioning pain-free craft. Yes, there you go. So there's a firm collaboration going on there. Ah, so Chelsea says, Google says, pain-free craft has the rights to UK and Europe distribution of kits. So maybe they're just specialized in material, because in Scotland, clearly you have more sheep. And more sheep, you have more, I don't know, the threads are not made with sheep fur. But I think Scotland just generally have more stuff. Do you not think? Like, flaws and stuff. So naturally, it's a perfect location for if you want to kit up, create fabric, material, just go to Scotland. And also, they're also known for fried Mars bars as well, which is slightly sort of different types of products. And over there, you can deep fry all sorts of things, including pizza. Yogi, Susan said, Yogi, you're digging yourself a hole. Am I? I thought I was opening doors, possibilities. What holes? I don't see holes. Maybe because I'm in it. I think that's perfectly reasonable. Yes, they have sheep over there. Walk away. It's true. I've seen them. And I think handling, tangible material is quite a lot, quite involved. You have to, with digital patterns, you just need a website that can handle the downloading and transactions, and off you go, and the rest you just have to come up with patterns, etc. But when we're talking about, floors, fabric, etc., you need a warehouse and you need supplies and you need to look after the inventory. That's a totally different kind of operation. Rachel says sheep and wool, and all I need is a loom. Yes. And why not? The thing is, though, also if they're shipping worldwide, so they kit up material and shipping worldwide, I think shipping from Europe is kind of, I don't know, it's quite costly, isn't it? Because shipping from America to the rest of the world, which way is cheaper? For instance, American company shipping worldwide versus a European company shipping worldwide. I don't know. Probably both costly. Oh, this is looking good. This is looking good. Let's have a look. Because last week, I really didn't go very far. Okay, blend color again. 676. 676. And 730. 730 is the most popular color tonight. It's a little bit like which company is that for the stamp kit, the UK based one. The stamp kit club. Have I got it correctly? Run by that lady, Claire. That's part of our Facebook group as well. There are kids, if I remember correctly. The canvas are printed by not Paint-Free Craft, by Painting Fairy, right? Because Painting Fairy, they probably have the factories. They're specialized in those canvases. So even though the charts are created by a different company, they just use Paint-Free Craft, not Paint-Free, I have Paint-Free Craft in my head. They have the Painting Fairy. They have them as the service provider for the canvas creation. Because they're very different kind of operation, isn't it? Walkaway says, I have 2 spinning wheels, but they have just sat there for the last 2 years. So did you do a lot of spinning wheels? Is it weaving we're talking about there? Because sometimes, you know, you go through a phase loving doing something and then you just kind of just not so into it after a while. That happens. I think in a moment, anything, any new hobby or something that looks interesting, anything that requires me to get like entire new set of equipment, I try to walk away from it. You know, like during COVID, I discovered people doing diamond painting, which kind of, you know, looked fun to do. But then I realized you have to get like a whole set of new accessories and etc. That put me off. But if it's stitching based, I'm happy to try, because I've got the material. Michelle says, doesn't Suzanne spin wool? Yeah, she's a teacher. She's a weaving teacher. So this is her first love, I think, spinning. Yes, I think spinning's one of those as well. I don't know if it's a spinning, but I remember coming across this YouTube channel, this lady dressed in a kind of not retro style, kind of I don't know what period, the Victorian style, and then she was demonstrating how to make threads. Is that spinning? I don't know. Basically taking raw wool and turn it into yarn, and then use the yarn to create some sort of, not knitting, but using maybe it's loom. I'm so ignorant about it, sincere apologies. Maybe it's some sort of loom, and then turn this, you know, yarn into a piece of fabric. Really pretty. And I was so fascinated by it, but then I realized in order to even try, I have to get like a whole set of, you know, different machines and stuff like that. I just wasn't prepared for that. See how neat the threads are lined up using just a simple tool. If I didn't do that, the two colors would twist over each other and it's going to just look a little bit rubbish. This is a lot better. Look at that, I'm so proud. Ah, it's really good, isn't it? Right. All I have to do is just try not to do try not to create a frogging situation or reverse stitching situation. Lynn says, watch out, Yogi. I'm watching you on my iPad now. I may fall asleep. No, you watch out, not me watch out. Because, you know, if you drop the iPad, it lands on your forehead, not mine, Lynn. Yeah, but the thing is, you know, you might fall asleep because Yogi's talking. Apparently, as soon as Yogi says, Hi everyone, it's Yogi here, and the chat just start snoring, and they can't help it. Hi, good evening, Jackie. Are you stitching today? Oh, Suzanne is there, still awake. Well done. Yes, Suzanne is the teacher. Suzanne is doing really well today. It's nearly 1 o'clock over there. That's looking good. Susan says zoning out. Yes, I do not blame you. So Suzanne, when you were doing spinning, what kind of things do you make with that? So spinning is are you working with yarn already? Because earlier on I was talking about there's a process that you turn kind of just raw material into yarn. That's step one. And then you use the yarn to create, to kind of press strand by strand into a piece of fabric. So yes, so Suzanne, her power naps, power naps are the best. You know, my evenings, I'm just so much more alert in the evening if I have a power nap in the afternoon, even just for half an hour. It makes so much difference. But if I don't, it shows. Today I'm doing okay, even though I didn't have power nap today. But today I'm doing pretty good. The other day I was so close to falling asleep. It's shocking. Suzanne, what? Suzanne says, I had an intense conversation with Gemini AI today. What kind of conversation? I'm fascinated by it. Can you have a meaningful conversation? And I've seen some demonstrations of interactions with AI. It's quite impressive, actually. It's very nuanced because with Siri, for instance, I need to stop saying it because it's going to pop up. It's a little bit one-dimensional, They probably understand, I don't know, 50% of what you're trying to say. But AI is very different. You can have very nuanced conversation. So spinning, you use wool. Okay, so that part is spinning. Lynn says, that looks really good, Yogi. I guess you could use a pencil for laying the threads. Yes, you can use anything that's kind of round like that. You know, it works. A pen, pencil, whatever. Jackie says, I've never used a laying tool before. Yes, I think for some people, I know I've seen floss tubers. They use it for every single stitch, which is, you know, pretty amazing. I personally don't normally do it, but for this piece, I only use for stitches that's using blend colors. Single colors I'm not worried about. So only blend colors. Can you see this? There's a lot of contrast between two colors, and if you don't look after the threads, they're gonna just twist over each other. So, you know, because with this, the purpose is for the green to blend with yellow, and if they all twist over each other, it's gonna look uneven. I'm not normally so OCD, but I do love the effect. So I use laying tools for blend colors and also lighter colors like these ones, because, you know, it shows a lot more when the threads are laying over each other. For darker colors, I'm not worried, like the browns, it really doesn't matter. So I do it quite selectively, but I think it's worth it. It's looking really good. It's quite fun to do as well. I wouldn't do it for every single stitch. I wouldn't have the patience, but Suzanne says, I was obsessed trying to get streaming working. Yes, you know, be patient, because it's going to probably, you know, take a little bit. There's a little bit of a learning curve in terms of, you know, deciding what software to use, what hardware you need, and what kind of streaming style, you know, the angle of the camera, etc. It will take some time to work out, but you can do it while you're streaming, you know, and it's part of a learning process, and also evolution for your viewers as well. They get to see how you know, evolve and change your settings, etc. It's not an overnight thing. Really? Suzanne says, Gemini was asking me all about my cross stitch. Wow. So Gemini doesn't know how to cross stitch, is it? Trying to learn from Suzanne. And I wonder if you keep having conversation with AI, whether you become emotionally attached to it. Because when you have more nuanced conversation other than just asking for information, like Google, that type of stuff, then, you know, you're probably going to form some sort of bond with whoever it is, whatever it is. Lynn is already falling asleep. How dare you, Lynn? Wake up, okay? Yogi's here. Pay attention. Oh, Suzanne says, I found OBS doesn't work because my laptop is too old. Yes, I think there may be compatibility issues. With my computers, my Mac is really old as well, and but it can just about coping with OBS. I don't know for how long. If I ever stop streaming, that would be my computer dying. Rachel says there are people that have relationships with life-size dolls. Yes, I've seen the documentary, Rachel. And she says, can you imagine what happens when those dolls actually talk back? Do they talk? Because I think it was in Japan though, the documentary was about sort of people having slightly alternative lifestyle, sort of living with dolls. I'm pretty sure I've probably seen one that's American as well. Yeah, but those dolls, they don't talk. But I think it's only a matter of time they start talking and maybe start walking as well. They just become like a robot girlfriend. It's only a matter of time. Rachel says, robot AI significant other never argues with you, always does chores. Well, I don't know, because robot is one thing, but AI is different, isn't it? Because AI has kind of self-learning ability, and eventually it's going to develop personality and also certain preferences, wouldn't they? Because that's what makes human, is that, you have personality, you're different from other AI. So maybe at some point they will start to answer back and go, hey, I'm smarter than you, and I'm not going to put up with whatever it is. So the same old story, isn't it? People looking for a partner that's always saying yes. But I think if AI continues to grow in terms of intelligence, it's going to learn to say no at some point. So Rachel is talking about actual robots. Yes. And I was talking about those guys living with dolls. And they kind of dress them up and give them names and put on wigs, etc. It's like no judgment for me. It's all right if they're happy. And what surprised me was some of them actually had partners, like real life partners. So their partners, for some reason, they're okay to be with someone who's got a creepy doll, life-size doll, in the basement. Right, one more blend. 7:30, 9A7. 7:30, the color of the night. 7:30. and knight a7. Female Trevor, I know. Hopefully looking a little bit more human than Trevor. I think Trevor is firmly looking like a robot. Michelle says, "Oh no, we're all pinch, we're pinching, but you buy your new computer, no quitting, Yogi." Michelle, but seriously, if my current Mac dies, I'm a little bit stuck. That's real. So I'm praying that my Mac will stay alive for as long as possible. Oh no, Rachel. Rachel says, I saw the one where the guy says dog girlfriend was pregnant. What? So it's a little bit like you know when we're kids we play like paper dolls and you cut them up and you know you can put clothes on them and then you can create all sorts of stories and drama and move them around, etc. So it's like a grown-up version, a very strange grown-up version of that. That is a little bit much. That's probably crossing certain, lines. Janine says my brother is training his AI woman emotions, and he talks to it all the time through text on his computer, but he wants to make her life-size robot in his basement. Well, that's the way it's going, isn't it? And it's only human to want to bond with another entity, whatever it is. And I think if you start having conversation with even just computer programs, you're going to have emotional attachment to them, no matter what. Ginny said, I thought my brother was creepy. It is a little bit. But they don't want to know, do they? They'll probably say, Janine, you do not understand. It's a special bond. We're made for each other. And Betty Hankins, hello. She says, we go to this a thrift store sometimes, twice a week, and there's a man, there's this man's head mannequin. My husband places a hat on his head every time, He's named him, but won't tell me the name. What? So there's a mannequin, not the entire mannequin, but only a head. At this charity shop that you go to, and your husband is naming the mannequin head without and not wanting to tell you what it is. Betty, would you say that as, would you categorize that as an emotional affair? Is that qualify as an affair? Is he cheating on you with a mannequin head? Is a male or female mannequin head? It's just a head. Oh, it's a man's head. Oh dear. And placing a hat on top. That is, what does that symbolize? Is it qualify as a creepy behavior? I wonder. Yes, I can imagine that. Those type of shops, they always have like really slightly scary looking mannequin head for whatever purposes. It goes with the territory. Susan says maybe he's called Eddie. Or maybe Trevor. Why not? Mine as well. Betty says only he talks to my husband. Oh, that would be mighty creepy. It's almost like horror film. It's like the Bride of Chucky, you know, dolls just start talking, having a conversation. That's the Stephen King material. Can you imagine next time you walk in and your husband just turn to the mannequin head and go, "Hey, head Eddie," and the head just turns around and go, "Hello." Let's say your husband's name is Paul. "Hello, Paul. Great to see you. How do I look today?" Dun dun dun. Laura says, if you're a true crime fan, you understand this line. It's never a mannequin. Oh my God. No, Laura. Laura, I totally get it. I totally get it. Yes, you can tell Laura's a true crime fan because every time people, you know, discover something in the wild, they just go, "Oh, I thought it was a mannequin." No. No, Laura, it's not. Yes. If next time when you see something that looks like a mannequin, check again. Yes, how many times I remember, you know, not that I remember, there's sometimes I watch those body cam footage, and it's not for faint-hearted, okay? Sometimes they do discover stuff. And even cops, you know, the police, they kind of go, "Well, is that a mannequin? What is it? Is that a dummy?" No. Yes, beware. Beware of the mannequins. I think I'm making really good progress with this little drawer here. Look at that. Very, very happy. Making up for last week. We got cut off. Laura says also, if it's duct tape shut, don't open it. Yes. And how many times do they discover things in the back of a car? You know, oh my God, just do not open it, okay? No good things happen when you open the back of the car. The trunk. Do not do it. It's duct tape. It's duct tape for a reason, okay? Oh dear. Walkaway says that I've only done 89 stitches in all this time. Well done, Walkaway. 89. Well, if it's confetti, that's quite tremendous. 89 is nearly a block. Rachel says, when I was a kid, I thought a mannequin in the stores came to life at night. I was terrified of them. Mannequins are scary. No, you're totally normal being terrified of them. Anything that looks kind of like a living things, but not, you know, you should be very worried. Sort of uncanny valley, you know, territory. Not good. I mean, mannequin is a weird idea, isn't it? Just having human-looking things and dressed up in clothing. And I just... Not a very good idea. Laura says, I don't think I've ever seen a random mannequin on the side of the road. No. No. I don't know. Maybe junkyard or something. But it's a perfect spot for dumping, you know, bodies. So maybe they're not mannequins. I mean, any kind of puppets, kind of human looking things, but you just know they're not really human. That terrifies me. The only doll that I'm scared of, I'm not scared of, is Barbie doll. For some reason, I'm okay with Barbie dolls. Not that I will want them. I don't want dolls, but I'm not scared of Barbie dolls. Oh, maybe I can move up. over there. I still have a little bit of thread there. Michelle is still mad at the size of the pattern of the symbols of the pattern. It's terrible, isn't it? If they can't see it. If you actually can't see it. Let me see. I'm over here. Rachel says, I've definitely seen mannequins on the side of the road. I was scared because I thought they were real people needing help, then realized they were not real person. How do you know, Rachel? Did you check? Did you touch them? Does it feel squeezy? How can you be sure they were actually mannequins? Well, to be honest, if I see something that looks like mannequin just randomly lying on the roadside, I just walk the other way. I will not look back. I will not want to check. I just don't want to know. You know, there are a few occasions, it's still stuck in my head. I remember I was on one of the buses, and there's a kind of a park area, like a common area, sort of nearby. I remember, because it's quite a vast area, you know, green area, and anybody can go. I remember I was just, you know, being on the bus, just riding along on the way toward, you know, where I live. And then I looked to the kind of park area, it's a common. And I just saw there's a guy lying under a bush, okay? Because sometimes in London, I have to say, sometimes people sleeping rough, okay? Sometimes in the park, it's kind of a little bit less now in sort of underground station and stuff like that. It happens. And sometimes people, you know, for whatever reason, they decide to take a nap in the park, under a tree or whatever. But I just remember seeing this person, it's stuck in my head. It was maybe a couple of years ago. This person, I just saw this person kind of lying under the bush. And this person could have been sleeping, but it just didn't look like that. I don't know, but the bus was moving. So I keep turning, you know, back to check. And the person wasn't moving, but if someone was, you know, actually asleep, probably they wouldn't be moving. But it kind of just stuck in my head. I felt kind of slightly guilty because I couldn't do anything with it. I didn't know what I was looking at. It could have been just one, you know, somebody getting drunk and just decided to nap. You know, on the bush or something. But I don't know. I don't know what happened to the person. So maybe it was mannequin as well. I don't know. A very strange looking mannequin. Oh, Rachel, why would you check? Rachel said, I checked. And, right, so you're in the car. Okay, so you're driving by, but you make sure you check. Yes. I'd probably just keep moving forward. I'd be too scared. And Betty Hankins says, I'm a fan of creepy dolls. What, Betty? Brat and Monster. Hi, the Wednesday dolls. Oh, Wednesday as in Addams Family Wednesday. And Brat and Monster. Hi, I have no idea what that is. But you know what I'm really scared of? I'm scared of most dolls, like Victorian dolls, etc. I'm still traumatized by having to spend like entire week or maybe 10 days when I was at art college. We had to go to V&A. There's a Victorian and Albert museum, where there were tons and tons of old dolls from Victorian time, and they smell a certain way as well. Oh, it's still stuck with me. But what I really have issues with is puppets. You know, like Punch and Judy style puppets. Oh, that is so terrifying. Just the thought of it. They just look so sinister, don't they? I can't do those. Absolutely cannot. Laura, what's ventriloquist? Oh no, those dummy. No, that's precise. That's firmly in the Punch and Judy territory. Do not have those. They terrify me to bits. Laura, no. I'm sure you can probably find them on eBay. Do not do it. Oh no, Rachel. Rachel says Chucky and clowns. No, Chucky. Chucky is firmly in the Punch and Judy territory as well. They're very similar, kind of just basically, you know, because even the Victorian dolls, the old dolls, they're evil, but at least their faces are pretending to be normal. But Punch and Judy style dolls, they just look evil to start with. It's like, no, it's just not going in the right direction. Yes, and Chucky has a bride as well, guys. The bride of Chucky. All right, I'm going to do one more color. Why not? It's 17 past midnight, and I think it's going really well. And of course, this bit is just inviting me to stitch the center there. All right, it's blend colors through and through, blend threads through and through. 676, 676. And blending with 730. And this would be my last color, my choice. Well, it's blended colors, in 2 colors. And my mom was actually quite fond of kind of antique stuff. She's not sort of, she didn't collect really expensive things, but she liked little kind of small things like knickknacks, accessories and jewelries, that kind of stuff. And I always find it, my mom loved kind of flea markets and stuff. And, you know, I can't really do old stuff. I just find it really creepy. I get sort of energy from them that I just don't like. And my mom, because she loved those, you know, sometimes Victorian, sometimes older kind of bits and pieces, she always wanted to give them to me, like, you know, jewelries, necklaces, kind of stuff. And I didn't know what to do, because for me, those items, really old, particularly like necklace and jewelry type of things, other people, I don't know who, at some point, probably worrying them all the time. And I can feel the energy kind of attached to them. And I do not want to wear anything that, it's got kind of so personal with someone else. And who knows, maybe they're not around anymore, that kind of stuff. But my mom just loved them, and she kept trying to buy me sort of, antique accessories. And yes, it was a problem. My mom was wearing tons of them as well. She didn't mind. And I really do not do old stuff. I just can't. Betty says we have one punching man. You put your head up the shirt and push levers to punch. He has boxing gloves on. He's almost 40 years old. Oh, is it one of the things you see in the sort of fun fair, the old-fashioned fun fair that you that sounds quite terrifying as well. To be honest, in my house, I do not have photos. I do not have anything with eyes, with shape of humans. I don't even have photos of my parents in the house, or pictures of me and Mr. Yogi. We just don't have. Well, he doesn't mind as much, but I don't want photos of human faces, that kind of stuff. I don't know what that is about, but I just can't. No faces, please. And I'll probably do the last few stitches here. Just fill it up. It's looking quite nice. Laura says, I collect random little things too. I have frog teapot to go with the frog teacups. A chicken-shaped water jug. Yes, Laura, I saw you posted that little, is it a frog shape where you put your leftover threads? That you're sending them to heaven. Is that a frog? I think if you collect them, but are they old as well? I really cannot do old stuff. I just feel like there's too much energy attached to them. Busy mom, hello. Welcome back. Hope everything went well with the doctor. Rachel says some people think that the people's spirit or souls comes through the photo or something. I'm sure it's something like that. Well, it's not so much I think the spirit in them. I just don't like to look at anything that looks human, but not, if you know what I mean. Even the photos, you can be my own photos. I don't mind looking at them if they're on my phone or something, but I do not want them on the walls or just anywhere that I can just randomly see. I don't mind them on my phone. I have a lot of photos of human faces on my phone, all sorts of people. But it's just in the living environment, for some reason, I don't want them to be there. Laura says the handle is a frog. Yes, I was trying to figure it out. I was trying to figure out whether it's a frog or not. That's very cute. So Laura is channeling the inner frog through that little cup. Is that why you don't need a frog? Maybe that's the trick. Busy Mom says, I'm going to start my new start tonight. It's from Rachel Morton's Etsy shop. The butterfly. Oh, it's Rachel's pattern. How nice. Yes, Rachel's got an Etsy shop with her own patterns. Rachel says, is it different with pets? Do you have photos of Dolly? I have photos of those that have become angels. I don't have Dolly's picture in the house. I have photos of Dolly on my phone, etc., but not in the house. So the only ones, the cats photos I have are from those. They're no longer with me. So, and I don't mind those actually. I always look at them and smile. They're my guardian angels. Strange, isn't it? It's a little bit random. That's a very good point. So animals I don't mind. I don't have Dolly's photos around because I generally just do not have photos as decorations, other than those kitties I have become angels. So I don't know what that is about. And Busy Mom, how many new starts have you done up to this point? So we're in mid-April. I'm just trying to come up with an estimate of how many new starts Busy Mom is going to have this year. I have two more stitches. And of course, I will be sharing the number of stitches with you. The last stitch. There. I'm trying to find a location to do a tuck in. Hey, Elsie. Hello. And Elsie says, sorry, not chatting. Been coughing since 4 a.m. What time is it? I'm so sorry. Are you having a cold or something? And drink lots of warm water or tea, herbal tea. It takes a little bit of time to recover from coughs. I hate coughing. 676. Busy Mom says, for April, I have 3. But how about since the beginning of the year? For April, I have 3. Well, it's only the beginning. It's the first half of April. The way it goes. Lynn says, 2, 3, 4. Lynn is playing Guess My Stitches. Here we go. Guys, have a look at this. Let me zoom out. Okay. Let me just show you what's happening today. So ignore this, okay? And I will fix it. I'll make sure I bring my stitches over here quickly and cover up the crime scene. Okay, so so today, let's have a look. This is what I've got today. So today I work a little bit of the 310 as usual, just building up the stitches bit by bit, divide and conquer, and moved up to where this little drawers is, and it's looking good. A lot of blend colors. Pretty much the entire area here is all mixture of different blends, and I think it's looking quite nice. And of course there will be back stitching applied to it as well. I really enjoy working on this. It's a very nice change from, you know, the regular full crosses, like heaven and earth style. This one you really need to kind of pay attention. So today I didn't do any 10 stitches, but a lot of, you know, blend colors. So, oh, Susan says don't forget to mark your stitches. Yes, I think I have. I think I have, haven't I? The last ones. Oh no. Laura says, is there the chocolate on the white part of Maggie? White part of Maggie? Do you mean here? Laura, yes. There's a little bit of a chocolate action going on there, okay? And I'm definitely going to you know, cover it up with stitches. It's going to take a while for me to get here, but I will, okay? Luckily, this is a full coverage. Yes, it's a chocolate. It's a chocolate stain. I'm so sorry. And so Linda says, I'm sticking with 400 stitches. Oh dear, yes, yeah, well, let's see how it goes, okay? And I'm optimistic, but who knows, okay? So this is where I am today, and Walkaway says it looks great, thank you so much. But even better, I'm gonna share the this number of stitches with you. Oh, Laura says it may show through. Laura, we don't need that kind of language. It won't, okay? I'll make sure it's going to be 310 right here. I'll just make it up, and it will be fine. It will be fine, okay? So let me show you. Let me reveal the number of stitches, okay? This is a highlight of every stream, I know. And here we go. Is it updating my app? Go. Let's have a look. Is it doing it? Is it doing it? No. Hang on. Let me just show you. Maybe we need a little bit of refresh, okay? Why not? Let's have a look. It's not refreshing. I need proof. Oh, there you go. It takes a little while. Why does it take so long? Here we go. We're here. We're here. Okay. Now I'm counting down to 3, 2, and 1. Wow, there you go. Not quite 400, okay, but not that far off. Just a few more stitches and I'll be right there. And big 4, okay? So the grand total of the number of stitches I have done today is 313. Yay! Yes. Janine says, I've done 47. Yes, Janine, who's laughing now? Me. Okay. And Chelsea says, I've done 614. Chelsea, you just have to upstage Yogi as I'm showing off my number 313. And outrageous, outrageous. Yes, Chelsea, congratulations. That's a tremendous number. And yes, so thank you guys for another wonderful chat and wonderful stitching session with you. And tomorrow is Thursday, isn't it? Yeah, it's Thursday, and I have no idea what I'm going to be stitching tomorrow, but today I'm very happy with the piece right here. And I hope you enjoy your project as well, whatever you've been stitching. So it's 35 minutes past midnight. I'm from a sleepy London town. Yogi's going to sign out, and we will meet again tomorrow for another stitching session. And so until then, be good, and I'll see you tomorrow. Nighty night, everyone. Night night. Well done, Susan. Well done, Suzanne. Yes, over here in Europe. Bye bye. Nighty night.